regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at 9:30 a.m. President Kenneman, roll call.
Student Trustee Garcia,
Present.
Trustee Stefan,
Present.
Trustee Perez,
Is on his way.
okay, Trustee Wilson,
Here.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Here.
Trustee Yant.
Present. Trustee Sanchez Fulton, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a two-thirds vote of the board, or if less than two-thirds of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present, that there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Are there any additions or corrections or deletions to the agenda for January 17th, 2020? Nope. The agenda stands confirmed as presented. If we would take a moment, though, it's my pleasure to, at this time, acknowledge the great deal of positive work Trustee Stefan has done in the past year as board chair. And at this time, we would like to present her with a gavel so that you never forget. College of the Desert, Bonnie Stefan, EDD, Chairperson, Board of Trustees, 2019. So. Laura, look at your face.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was a picture. I didn't know there was a picture being taken.
Yeah. And Joel, can you get it?
Joel?
Thank you.
Now we got it. Oops.
I'm sorry. I'm just cutting you off, but thank you.
We got
Thank
one.
you.
Okay. Got it?
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you. You've done the job. Thank you. Thank you.
Joe. All right, thank you. Okay, back to our business. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of December 19th, 2019? Hearing none, if there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand as approved. Now, comments from the public. Persons who wish to speak to the board on any item not already on the agenda may do so at this time. There's a time limit of 3 minutes per person and 15 minutes per topic, unless further time is granted by the board. Your comments will be timed, and you will be asked to stop speaking when the timer sounds. This time limit will be doubled for members of the public utilizing a translator to ensure the non-English speaker receives the same opportunity to directly address the board unless simultaneous translation equipment is used. Please understand the board welcomes your comments, but are not able to respond at this time. Casey, thank you. Wally Melendez.
Good afternoon, to trustees of district, college district, and College of the Desert administrators, staff, employees, contractors. I'm gonna be sitting down in a second. As soon as I introduce everybody. And contractors. I'm Wally Melendez, And it's a pleasure to be here to address you, being that you run the College of the Desert, which is very important. And should have brought some water. So, and I'm grateful to the Brown. That's okay. And I'm grateful to the Brown Act that gives the public an opportunity to address a group like this. And so, and as I just said, it's a very important job that you do. I want to bring up something that I saw on Twitter yesterday. And this came from Iran, and they had these little kids from first grade, and with the little vans and well fed and everything. Well, their neighbors, the Syrians, are getting blown up every day, and they had these little kids reciting. Soleimani was a great man, and he's a martyr, reciting. Soleimani. The regime is brainwashing these little kids when they're very little. So when they grow up, they start blowing everything up. Well, my point being is that it's not hard to brainwash people. And a college, essentially brainwashes people. I'm saying do the right thing and make people think for themselves instead of brainwashing them.
Thank you. Okay, the board will now recess to closed session. The board will reconvene open session at 10:45 a.m. Okay, at 9. Are we on schedule? Yes, we are. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. So President Kenneman, we now introduce new employees.
Certainly. First, I'd like to ask Vice President Baker to introduce his new employee.
Thank you very much. Okay, going here. There we go. I'd like to introduce Maritza Fuentes, the Senior Program Specialist for Non-Credit Programs. Ms. Fuentes began her journey at College of the Desert as a student and is now a COD alumni. While attending College of the Desert, Maritza became a student assistant in admissions and records and eventually joined the team as an admission and records technician in the non-credit service area. Maritza is currently pursuing her bachelor's degree in communication studies with a concentration in relational and organizational communication at California State University, San Bernardino. So welcome, Maritza.
And if you'll just stay with us. Stay with us. All right, next I would like to ask Vice President Dr. Annabelle Neary to introduce her new employees.
So I'd like to welcome Shantae Wilson, Instructor for Emergency Medical Technician. Professor Wilson heads up the college's Emergency Medical Services program. She began her career in the field in 1983 and has work experience in fire suppression, flight paramedic, and law enforcement. Professor Wilson has taught emergency medical technicians and paramedics at the college level for over 20 years. Welcome.
Good job.
And although he was unable to join us, I'd like to recognize Zach Ju, who is our instructional laboratory technician in three-dimensional art. Zach is a native of the Coachella Valley who has a passion for the visual arts and education. He comes from a family of artists and educators, and Zach also has a passion for psychology and its intersection with the visual arts.
And would you like to, either of you like to say anything?
I'm thankful for the opportunity and I'm excited to see the non-credit service area grow.
I would agree with it.
Well, we want to welcome you. And do we have anybody here that could do a picture?
Do we have a welcoming photo? Well,
Jessica will do.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Come on up.
we'll get behind you.
Anybody have the 11?
Put it in portrait mode, girl. Don't trip over that thing.
We all here?
Congratulations. Welcome.
President Kenneman, do you have public updates?
Yes, I have a couple. First of all, I want to remind everybody that State of the College is next Wednesday at 11:30, and our flex activities begin next week, as our faculty and staff will be participating in those activities. So we're looking forward to that, and we're also looking forward to a wonderful new year. The other is I would like to introduce Dr. Douglas Benoit, Dean, Applied Sciences and Business, to introduce the student who will read the proclamation for Career and Technical Education Month.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's my pleasure to introduce Fire Cadet Eddie Madrigal, who is in our Fire Academy. He's wrapping up this spring and ready to go to work. So it's a win-win. Sir?
Thank you, sir. So I'll be reading the proclamation for Career and Technical Education Month. Whereas February 1st through the 29th, 2020 has been designated Career and Technical Education Month by the Association for Career and Technical Education. And whereas profound economic and technological changes in our society are rapidly reflected in the structure and nature of work, thereby placing new and additional responsibilities on our educational system. And whereas career and technical education provides Americans with school-to-career connections and is the backbone of a strong, well-educated workforce which fosters productivity in business and industry and contributes to America's leadership in the international marketplace. And whereas career and technical education gives high school students experience in practical, meaningful applications of basic skills such as reading, writing, and mathematics, thus improving the quality of their education, motivating potential dropouts, and giving all students leadership opportunities in their fields and in their communities. And whereas career and technical education offers individuals lifelong opportunities to learn new skills which provide them with career choices and potential satisfaction. And whereas the ever-increasing cooperation efforts of career and technical educators, business, and industry stimulate the growth and vitality of our local economy and that of the entire nation by preparing graduates for career fields forecast to experience the largest and fastest growth in the next decade. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District at this board meeting of January 17th, 2020, proclaims the month of February 2020 as Career and Technical Educational Month. Be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees encourages observance of Career and Technical Education Month throughout the entire Desert Community College District and urge all citizens to become familiar with the services and benefits offered by the Career and Technical Education programs in this community and to support and participate in these programs to enhance their individual work skills and productivity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I would like to introduce Angel Mraz, Counselor for Athletics, to introduce the student who will read the proclamation for Black History Month.
Good morning. I'm here to introduce Joshua Jones to you. Joshua is a second-year student athlete here competing on our basketball team. He's a graduate of Valley View High School from Moreno Valley, a communications major here, and we are excited because we anticipate he's going to be getting lots of scholarship offers to continue playing basketball at the next level when he graduates here this spring.
Hello. Good morning. Today I'll be reading the. Sorry, everybody hear me? Okay. Today I'll be reading the proclamation of Black History Month. Whereas in 1921, Carter G. Woodson, father of Black history, established the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life History in Washington, D.C., which began the practice of observing the history of African Americans in the month of February, and whereas the month was selected because President George Washington and Abraham Lincoln were born in February, as well as Frederick Douglass, great abolitionist and orator, and whereas within the entire Coachella Valley, the history and culture of African Americans are being recounted and celebrated by all people who understand the significance of one's history to one's humanity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District at its board meeting of January 17, 2020, acknowledges the contributions of African Americans and proclaims the month of February 2020 as Black History Month. Be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees encourages observance of Black History Month throughout the entire entire community college district. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to introduce Vice President Dr. Neary to share more about a recent award that was received by the McCarthy Family Child Development and Training Center.
Thank you, Dr. Kinnaman. Joining us today is Diane Russum, Director of the McCarthy Center, accompanied by Dr. Courtney Dowsett, Interim Dean of School of Health Sciences and Education. Last month, College of the Desert's McCarthy Family Child Development and Training Center was honored with a Golden Bell Award for its partnership with the Riverside County Office of Education for their, quote, inclusive practices through Inclusive Partnerships initiative. The California School Boards Association Golden Bell Awards promote excellence in education by recognizing outstanding programs throughout the state. The awards program is now in its 40th year. The philosophy that children are more alike than they are different is embodied in the inclusive partnership spanning 20 years between the McCarthy Center and the County Office of Education Special Education Program. It is the underlying principle for family-focused early intervention services provided to young children with special needs and their parents. Children with special needs who participate in the parent-child classes at the center learn and play alongside typically developing peers in a natural setting and benefit from the strong partnership between the two exemplary early childhood education programs where all children are nurtured and thrive. I'd like to congratulate Diane and her colleagues for receiving this prestigious award. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I just want to take a quick minute to say that whatever we do at the McCarthy Center, we do because of you. With your support, your continued and constant support from our administration, from this Board of Trustees, and from our dear friend, Dr. Kinnaman. You've been with us through all the good times. You've been through us with some rough times. You're always there for us on behalf of the staff, the family, and the children. We appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes my public updates.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Quick question. It was mentioned earlier about the flex schedule. We used to get copies of that.
You're going to have one.
Oh, okay.
They're underneath where? They're underneath your folders. They're in a black.
In a black? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
I thought they were coming during our lunch session, so
Okay.
thank you for having him here already.
Chairman?
Thank you.
Excuse me, may I see the award? Can we actually see the award?
Oh, I see it. Okay.
That's all right.
It's fine, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Persons wishing to speak to the board on any item may do so at this time. There is a time limit of 3 minutes per person and 15 minutes per topic, unless further time is granted by the board. Your comments will be timed, and you'll be asked to stop speaking when the timer sounds. Please understand the board welcomes your comments but are not able to respond. Casey, are there? Thank you. Felix Nunez? Oh, Felicia Nunez. I'm sorry.
Good morning, everyone. I have given packets out to each and every one of you, basically concerning the fact that all the city councils of the Coachella Valley have supported the idea of importing water from the ocean to the Salton Sea to clean it up, to help clean it up. Also, that we're in support of the emergency call from Ryan Kelly to address the Salton Sea, and also a request to Secretary Crawford to select an unbiased evaluator of the 11 or more than 13 plants to import ocean water. I'm here today because of also in all of your emails there's a link for you to view a meeting that took place with the state water boards. And the main reason we approach the state water boards is because for the past 27 years, they have not abided by the Clean Water Act. In other words, the Salton Sea has never been tested for DDT, chloride, nitrogen, ammonia, dissolved oxygen, arsenic. It goes on and on for the past 27 years. And it was explained to us that the farmers are not cooperating. And this is one of the reasons for the past 27 years that they have not tested the water coming from either the New River, the Alamo River, so that there's tons of raw sewage going into the Salton Sea. And this is very important because for me, science is very important, education is very important, and when science is being ignored or bullied or threatened or paid off to not put out the true facts of what is happening in our environment, we're all going to go to another world. Also, within the scientist community, I don't know if it was a lack of laziness or incompetence or that they are biased, but it's very important to be true to education and true to science. And this is why I very much appreciate the education and what you all do and can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the packet. We'll now turn to reports. First report is Associate Students. Do we have a report from Associate Students, Casey? Not seeing one. We'll move to Auxiliary, College of the Desert Foundation. And not seeing one.
Were you going to say something?
No.
Okay. California School Employees Association. And no report there. College of the Desert Adjunct Association. I do see a report.
Yes.
And there was also a written report.
Yes, there's a written report. David, unfortunately, is teaching, actually, unfortunately, he's not here. However, fortunately, he's teaching in the intercession. I think that's the polite way to say that. And the winter intercession's almost over, and once again, the adjuncts are keeping the college running by teaching the majority of the classes on that schedule. As usual, CODA will be providing essential orientation information to new and returning adjuncts during Flex. We have a program that's set up for for Friday that starts at 8:30 and it concludes with about 1 o'clock with lunch. And we would like to invite all of you to drop by at least for a little while and introduce yourselves and say a few things nicely to us. And whenever you have time. Let's see, what else? And that's going to be in the Math and Science and Technology Building, 250 and 251. And we go back and forth because food is in one and people are in the other. We would like to thank Donna Green and Jeff Baker for adding 15 spaces for adjuncts to attend the On-Course National Convention Conference for learning-centered education on May 7th to 9th at the Riviera in Palm Springs. This is in addition to the 15 adjuncts who had already signed up for this event. Then the most exciting thing we have to talk about right at the moment is that earlier this month, COD offered the Contemporary World Film course. And this is Mike Gladich's course at the 2020 Palm Springs International Film Festival, and where students joined film enthusiasts from around the world to study critically acclaimed foreign language movies and learn from the directors and the filmmakers. And this was created by Mike Gladich, and this class reflects the ongoing collaboration between the College of the Desert and the Palm Springs International Film Festival. Mike and the CODA would both like to thank the College the Desert Foundation and the board for offering the students this life-changing experience. There is a really wonderful interview on KESQ, and we have the link but we couldn't set it up today because we didn't get it until yesterday, and this is a Brown issue, I guess. And so I'm going to be sending Casey the link, and then she can send it to you. But it's really good. They interview a lot of students. You were there, right?
They interviewed me, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I attended the classes. So.
Yeah, brilliant, just brilliant. Anyway, that's all the good stuff. Sadly, we are still waiting for negotiations to be scheduled with the district and negotiations for the current academic year, which is already half over. And after reviewing CODA's reports to the board over the past 9 years, there seems to be a common theme, and that is every negotiation cycle the district has delayed, postponed, or canceled meetings resulting in retroactive outcomes. We're just getting another retroactive check this week, I gather. And CODA is always available. We're always prepared, always on time for meetings with the district. We don't understand why the district isn't willing to meet their obligation to bargain with us in good faith more often. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. College of the Desert Faculty Association, there was a written report received. Is there anyone present today? Okay, no. Then next is Academic Senate. Do we have someone from Academic Senate today? No. All right. Next is Governing Board. Student Trustee Garcia, do you have a report?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. Before you do begin today, I do want to take the time to ask all board members, in the interest of adhering to the schedule and to honoring the public, that we adhere to our time limits throughout all our meetings. So, Trustee Garcia?
I'm taking 2 winter classes this winter session, and one of which was the Contemporary World Film class that took place at the Palm Springs Film Festival. I just want to say thank you to Professor Gladish and the COD Foundation who made that happen for us. It was a really great experience, and I really would not have had the chance to attend the Palm Springs Film Festival with such an incredible experience that Professor Gladish and his collaboration with the Palm Springs Film International Society organized for us. I really hope that this class happens next year so other students can have the same opportunity that I did, but I just want to say it was a great class, and I'm really thankful for Professor Gladish. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Trustee Stefan?
Okay, thank you. First off, I'd like to wish everyone a very, very happy new year. It's going to be exciting. I was anticipating this was the first of the new decade, but I found out I was sadly misinformed. The new decade doesn't start until 2021. So happy whatever, but happy new year nonetheless. I would like to thank the board for their recognition today for my service. I know that when we're chair of the board, we always say that, you know, it's a lot of responsibility, it's a lot going on, but it's also a great opportunity to be able to serve not only the community as a board member, but also our own board. And all successes that may have occurred during my term, I'd like to credit the board because we worked as a team, and that is the one thing that we do best here at COD, is we tend to work as a team and try to overcome the hurdles that we're faced with. I did want to announce that I was appointed in December to the ACCT, one of the committees, the committee being Communication and Education. And you should have received ACCT buzzwords in one of your emails this last month from the ACCT. Please look those over. If there's anything else that you think that the Education and Communication Committee can do, please let me know. I'll be attending the first meeting the day before we meet at the Legislative Conference in Washington, D.C. So please let me know if there's anything I can do at that end for you. And that's my report for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Perez?
I'll be brief. I'd like to wish everybody a happy new year, and I'd like to thank our previous chair for her role as chair, and I'm looking forward to our new chair this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees Wilson?
Thank you, and same sentiment. I would like to congratulate our new chair, Fred Yount, and wish you the best of luck this year. And many thanks to Bonnie Stephan for your leadership as serving as our board chair. Thank you so much. I wanted to talk a little bit about the reports today. A little surprised not to see any report from CSEA or no academic senate report. And I was wondering, what is the, do we ask them for reports, or how is that? What is the process for getting reports?
Typically, those are provided to us in advance of the board meetings, each board meeting. During some of the periods where we're in between sessions, oftentimes there will not be a report, or they won't support.
Well, I have to say, as a trustee, those reports are important to me. They really tell me what's happening. So I really appreciate the information that I receive from those. And when I don't get it, it's a void. It leaves a void. So if we can at all encourage CSEA, academic, these people that did, these groups that did not submit a report, to please do so. It really means a lot to me as a board trustee. The foundation, I understand there's no ED, but it also would be nice if we could ask our interim executive director to come and introduce herself to the board, Dr. Christine Anderson. So maybe at a future meeting she could come and introduce and give a report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Sanchez Fulton?
Yes. First of all, I want to congratulate Bonnie and Stefan. Thank you for your leadership and being chair. I really, really appreciate that you led our board in having such a successful meetings, and for your service. It takes a lot of work. A lot of people don't know that. And also want to congratulate Dr. Yount on his new role as chairman for our board. A lot of people know this is very, very, you're putting on together a lot of work when we're at these meetings as chairman. You meet beforehand, you're putting on the agenda. So it's a commitment that we do as electeds and to serve our constituencies. So look forward to having you as our chairman, Dr. Yount. Last week I had the opportunity to meet with our new president of the Student Ambassador, Ruth Navarro. I think it's wonderful. I'd like to maybe in the future hear the wonderful things our ambassadors, our students that go out and help other students, let them know about student life. It doesn't come from a faculty member. It has to come from the peers, another student ambassador. The wonderful things that our student ambassadors, they take time and acquaint. I was here on campus and had the opportunity to meet with her. And when peers-to-peer support is always great to hear. Also had the opportunity to visit a wonderful program, and maybe in the future to hear about the wonderful things that CalWORKs, EOP, DSPS, this is for our underserved communities, that they do their work there, and for our most vulnerable population that do qualify. I just saw the hard work they were doing there, and it was just commendable to see how our staff works. I want to thank Steve Arbunkel, I want to thank Kelly, and Maria, the counselors. You're making their lives so much easier when you come from a very disenfranchised background. Having that one-to-one meeting and that attention to detail and priorities when you enroll is so important. So I just want to commend the hard work that department and all the departments do for our students. It's because that first experience with that teacher, with that student, or with that faculty member that sets. You're new. I mean, we go back to when we were 18, 19, 20. That first impression is the last impression. So it's so important. I really want to thank Dr. Baker for coming out to help this student. I get to hear from my constituencies and telling me how hard all of you, all our staff are working, and the counselors to take on your busy schedule. I mean, it's been a busy bee. That's great when our counselors are busy. A lot of work we're doing right now, so I want to commend our staff and our counselors that are doing this each and every day, and our faculty, and even the people who mow our lawn and our janitors. A lot of people don't think how wonderful that people cleaning up and people putting the facilities. It takes everyone to do everything. It doesn't, our college is about building our bridges and building our future, and that's what we're about. So mine is going to be short and sweet. And I would like to also look forward to going to Flex next week, and looking forward to attend the Martin Luther King event this Sunday from 2 to 4 at the Palm Springs St. Paul ceremony, and in Desert Hot Springs also on Monday. So I just want to mention something that I heard, and I'm very excited that our college will be doing. I heard, if I'm not wrong, Dr. Kinnaman, we're going to be having a social, I may be saying this wrong,
Justice?
Yes.
Yes.
Justice curriculum that's going to be introduced in fall 2021. I'm so excited to hear that our college is going to be doing such wonderful programs for social equity issues. Thank you, and that ends my report.
Thank you. I would just like to take a few minutes to follow up on one of our proclamations, and that is the February is Career and Technical Education Month. Some of our neighboring community colleges are really very active in career and technical education. I noticed that Moreno Valley is opening a new innovation center for science and technology, and I was able to attend a San Bernardino Valley College announcement of their 100,000 square foot new career training applied technical building. And I was a bit surprised to learn they have 5,700 career and technical students. It clearly is an important part of our mission, and I'm glad to echo the importance of February as Career and Technical Education Month. So that's all I'd like to say today. And let's move on then to consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion?
Yes, I'd like to pull 2 items. I'd like to pull consent agenda item Administrative Services 14.8 and consent agenda item under instruction 15.01.
That was 15.01?
Yes, and
Okay.
14.08.
14.08, okay. Any other discussion?
Yes, I'd like to pull consent item 1401, purchase orders and contracts for supplies, services, and construction.
14.01. Any other? Okay. So we are voting then on the consent agenda with the exception of these 3 items. Student trustee Garcia?
Aye.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. So let's take these in numerical order. Item 1401, and who pulled that? Was that trustee?
Sanchez.
Yes.
Sanchez Fulton, okay.
So these are items that are above 20,000, is that correct? That's why.
Mr. Chair, you need a motion to approve first.
To approve the item?
Correct.
Got it. So we need a motion to approve item 14.01.
It's his first time. We gotta read.
Yeah, right. Do we have a motion to approve 1401?
So moved.
So moved. We have a second?
Second.
Second. Now we have discussion.
Correct.
Trustee Fulton?
Yes, thank you so much. I was looking in particular and concerned on purchase order number 00060844, nursing program uniform inventory. I was under the assumption that financial aid and under a lot of our programs cover uniforms, et cetera, for our students. It is so costly to buy uniforms, to buy supplies for our nursing students. And I'm just curious why that's not, is that covered? Why are we paying for this? Thank you.
So I will ask Vice President Ramont and or Dr. Neri if they could respond.
Can you repeat the purchase order?
Yes, it's 60844. It's nursing program uniform inventory for $37,135.
So uniforms actually for any instructional program can be covered by financial aid, but many of these programs have restricted sources that can pay for this for their students, so they don't have to use their Pell or Cal Grant eligibility.
So this is being purchased on their behalf. Yes.
We're purchasing it for, great. So their Pell Grant or et cetera is not, okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to know. Okay, good. That's good. That was my answer. Thank you.
So we're ready for a vote on 14.01? Okay, Student Trustee Garcia?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. So can we entertain a motion for item 14.08?
I'd like to make the motion.
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay. Discussion?
The reason I pulled this is I'd like to get a list, if possible, of all the off-site locations that we have and what's being offered at them. I think it would be in the best interest of the board to have that information available.
We will provide that. I think we have a current up-to-date list, so we can get you a copy of that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, so we'll move to the vote. Student Trustee Garcia?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And finally, item 15.01.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, second?
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, thank you, trustee. Discussion?
I just wanted to say I want to thank everyone for all the hard work that they do. I know that sometimes we bury this in the consent agenda, and the people that work so diligently on this don't get the recognition they deserve. This constitutes many, many hours, and if you look this over, there are things that, I mean, in the culinary, there was a lot of work done, and the film editing and production and things like that, that it took, there's very few people in those departments, and it took them a great number of hours to get this to us. So I really, really just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate those people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we ready for a vote? Any other discussion? Vote, all right. Student Trustee Garcia?
Aye.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously for item 15.01. Moving to section 17, Board Policy 6330, Purchasing, second reading. Do I have a motion to approve Board Policy 6330 for a second reading as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Moving to the vote, Student Trustee Garcia.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 18.01, initial reopener proposal, public hearing and acknowledgement of reopener proposal from the College of the Desert and Adjunct Association to the Desert Community College District. We are now conducting a public hearing under the Educational Employment Relations Act regarding negotiation proposals. Today's public hearing is regarding the reopener proposal from the College of the Desert Adjunct Association to the Desert Community College District. Following the public hearing, the board will take action to acknowledge College of the Desert's Adjunct Association proposal. In accordance with Government Code Section 3547, all bargaining proposals are to be presented at a public meeting of a public school employer, and that is the purpose of today's hearing. Since today's hearing pertains to public hearings held prior to the opening of negotiations, it is not appropriate for, nor will members of the Board of Trustees comment on any of the negotiation proposals. For the public hearing, each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these time limits may be extended. Now, for the public hearing, the Board of Trustees opens the public hearing for the reopener proposal for negotiations from the College of the District's Adjunct Association to the Desert Community College District. Would speakers who wish to address the item please come forward and state their remarks?
That's like. Are there any speakers who wish to address the board on this proposal? Thank you. I now close the public hearing. Now we move to take action on the College of Desert's Adjunct Association proposal. It is recommended by the district that the Board of Trustees vote to acknowledge the reopening proposal, College of the Desert's Adjunct Association. Is there a motion to that effect?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Moving to a vote, Student Trustee Garcia?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. The Board of Trustees hereby acknowledges the reopener proposal for negotiations from the College of the Desert Adjunct Association to the Desert Community College District. The parties may hereby commence negotiations. Next, initial reopener proposal, public hearing, and adoption of reopening proposal from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert Adjunct Association. The next board item is conducting a public hearing under the Educational Employment Relations Act regarding negotiation proposal. Today's public hearing is regarding the reopening proposal from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert's Adjunct Association. Following the public hearing, the board will take action to adopt the Desert Community College District's proposal. In accordance with Government Code Section 3547, all bargaining proposals are to be presented at a public meeting of a public school employer, and that is the purpose of today's meeting. Today's hearing pertains to public hearings held prior to the opening of negotiations. It is not appropriate for, nor will members of the Board of Trustees comment on any of the negotiation proposals. For the public hearing, each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these times may be extended. The Board of Trustees opens the public hearing for the reopener proposals for negotiations from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert's Adjunct Association. Would speakers who wish to address this item please come forward and state their remarks? Are there any speakers who wish to address the board on this proposal? Thank you. I now close the public hearing. Now we move to take action on the Desert Community College District's reopener proposal. It is recommended by the district that the Board of Trustees vote to adopt the reopener proposal from the Desert Community College District. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? To voting, Student Trustee Garcia.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. The Board of Trustees hereby adopts the reopener proposal for negotiations from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert's Adjunct Association. The parties may hereby commence negotiations. 18.03. Initial proposals, public hearing, acknowledgement of initial proposals from the College of the Desert Faculty Association to the Desert Community College District. This item is conducting a public hearing under the Educational Employment Relations Act regarding negotiation proposals. Today's public hearing is regarding the initial proposals from the College of the Desert's Faculty Association to the Desert Community College District. Following the public hearing, the board will take action to acknowledge College of the Desert's Faculty Association's initial proposal. In accordance with Government Code Section 3547, all bargaining proposals are to be presented at a public meeting of a public school employer, and that is the purpose of today's hearing. Since today's hearing pertains to public hearings held prior to the opening of negotiations, it is not appropriate for, nor will members of the Board of Trustees comment on any of the negotiation proposals. For the public hearing, each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these time limits may be extended. The Board of Trustees opens the public hearing for the initial proposals for negotiations from the College of the Desert Faculty Association to the Desert Community College District. Would speakers who wish to address this item please come forward and state their remarks? Are there any speakers who wish to address the board on this proposal? Thank you. I now close the public hearing. Now we move to take action on the College of the Desert's Faculty Association's initial proposals. It is recommended by the district that the Board of Trustees vote to acknowledge the reopener proposal, College of the Desert's Faculty Association. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Voting, Student Trustee Garcia.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. The Board of Trustees hereby acknowledges the initial proposals for negotiations from the College of the Desert's Faculty Association to the Desert Community College District. The parties may hereby commence negotiations. Section 18.04, initial proposals, public hearing, and adoption of initial proposals from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert Faculty Association. This item is conducting a public hearing under the Educational Employment Relations Act regarding negotiation proposals. Today's public hearing is regarding the initial proposals from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert's Faculty Association. Following the public hearing, the board will take action to adopt the Desert Community College District's initial proposals in accordance with the Government Code Section 3547. All bargaining proposals are to be presented at a public meeting of a public school employer, and that is the purpose of today's hearing. Since today's hearing pertains to public hearings held prior to the opening of negotiations, it is not appropriate for, nor will members of the Board of Trustees comment on any of the negotiation proposals. For the public hearing, each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these time limits may be extended. The Board of Trustees opens the public hearing for the initial proposals for negotiations from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert's Faculty Association. Would speakers who wish to address this item please come forward and state their remarks?
That's my favorite song. Sorry. Pick up a little latch. He's my favorite song.
Oh.
I hear it every day.
That's a workout song.
That's a workout song.
Okay. What do you do to that? What do you do to that? What is that, sit-ups?
Are there any speakers who wish to address the board on this proposal? Thank you. I now close the public hearing. Now we move to take action on the Desert Community College District's initial proposals. It is recommended by the district that the Board of Trustees vote to adopt the initial proposals from the Desert Community College District. Is there a motion to that effect?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Voting, Student Trustee Garcia.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. The Board of Trustees hereby adopts the initial proposals for negotiations from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert's Faculty Association. The parties may hereby commence negotiations. Item 19, Administrative Services. I'm understanding that John Ramont is able to speak on these items,
Yes.
so we can go forward?
Yes.
All right. So item 19.01, Desert Community College District and Measures B and CC Bond Financial and Performance Audit Report. Thank you, John, for being ready early.
Thank you, John.
Good.
Thank you.
They're the sets. Wow. I think we're missing two. There should be 6.
Casey?
There's missing 2.
Here, Liz.
Yes.
Here.
4. There's supposed to be
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
Okay, this one's complete. Make sure that they're all complete. Did you get some of those? Or not? Right. Bonnie, did you get 5? Yes.
There should be 5
There was 4.
bound copies.
Did you get 4? 4, no. I think see. Just look at 5.
It's fine.
Oh, there is 5, I'm sorry.
So you wanted several signatures? See if those are okay.
Okay. I think you need to use a little bit bigger.
Bigger?
I have a bigger sticker.
Okay, all right.
Okay, if we're all ready, good morning, and I apologize. We have the auditor scheduled, and he'll be available for questions about the audit process after lunch, but I can certainly take you through our annual audits. So today what we have right now are for action item, there are 3 for your approval, and then we have 2 others that are information items, which are the Desert Community College District Auxiliary Services Audit, as well as the Foundation Audit Report. I'm going to start with the Desert Community College District, our main audit, and then I'll also go over our Measure B and Measure CC bond audits. So in the audit, what you find is right in the front is what's called a management letter, and then the audit is behind that. And if I can direct you to page 3 right in the beginning of the audit, the most important thing about an audit is the auditors come in and they're expressing an opinion about our financial statements as we present them. In other words, do they agree that we're reporting our numbers correctly and fairly and not in a misleading manner? And in this case, we have what's called an unmodified opinion. And it states that that the statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the business type activities and so forth. So basically, it's just saying that everything is presented fairly in here. Now, one of the features about this audit that it is growing in thickness significantly, and that's not to do with the college growth or financial growth or anything like that. It has to do with the complexity of the new rules that continually come down at us, including for accounting for post-employment benefits and as well as our STRS on behalf for our portion of the liability of the state's liability, and it just goes on and on and on. So there's more and more complex items in there. The first thing that also goes on in this report is that starting from page 5 is what's called the management discussion and analysis. And it's just an overview from management's perspective of what's going on financially at the college, and kind of highlights where we've been growing and what's going on with our FTS and our finances and things like that. And then it gets into the actual statements themselves. This year, as kind of predictable because of the growth in the college, our finances have been growing in size and scope, but financially we're very healthy, and that's a good thing. Our net position continues to stay stable. We're not year after year deficit spending and getting beyond ourselves. So we're in a very good, healthy spot at that. What I am going to direct you to also is towards the back of the audit are where they put findings. And what a finding is there's different types of findings. There are certain findings that have to do with what they consider material weaknesses, or if there were misstatements of things, there could be a finding to that. And there's various levels of severity of findings. And the actual findings that you find in the back here are the ones that are the highest level, and they're for various reasons. And I'll get you to that and walk you through those real briefly. And those start on page 97. And also, if you noticed in the front of your audit, there's a thing called a management letter. And those are things, when the auditors came out, sometimes they'll see things that they'll go, gosh, we think you could do this better. It hasn't caused any problems. It didn't cause any misstatements. It didn't make any mistakes or anything, but we think that it could be done better. And they list those out where they had certain concerns, but that they didn't rise to a level of finding. And those are available just strictly for management and board information. And so back to the audit findings themselves, we had 3 findings this year, and starting on page 97. And if you look at page 97, it talks about the type of auditor's report that says unmodified. And again, that's considered a clean opinion, because there's an unmodified opinion, there's a modified opinion, and then a qualified opinion. So a modified opinion would be that they saw something and it had to be changed in order to make the statements correct. And then a qualified would be something where there's serious concerns that would that need to be brought forward and made attention. So in our findings this year, the first type and it's on page 98, and they're numbered, 2019-001, closing process. They found that this year we hit some bumps definitely with closing. It's, we're a very complex organization. We've had some personnel changes, including we lost a 30-year person who retired, who's been doing our financial aid sector for a long time, a lot of other accounting duties. And there were some things that it's hard to transfer 30 years worth of knowledge in a 2-month period when we're trying to get somebody on. But we've made great strides in that. And a lot of this had to do with some things that they found that we have already corrected. That's part of bringing in our new fiscal director. We've identified a lot of these things and have already addressed them. So we have in there, it talks about what the actual finding is, what if there were any question costs. In other words, does this present a liability to us that we would have to pay money back to the federal government or something like that? And there's no question costs in that. They talk about the cause effect and then what their recommendation to us is, and then our response is a corrective action. So in that, you can see what our action plan is to address that. So it's all right here. Going on to the next finding, which is on page 100, it's a very similar one, but it had to do with the disbursements for our financial aid and our students. And again, this had totally to do with the transition of that one person who retired. And there were some things that hadn't gotten documented and nobody knew about because she'd been doing it so long and it was hidden in a drawer somewhere. But again, this has all been completely addressed and taken care of. They did, although it does talk about question costs in there, there's no liability as to what we paid back because we were able to substantiate everything that we did. The third finding had to do with an over-reporting of FTES, and that may sound kind of scary because of where we were a number of years ago, but there was a very minute technical adjustment that caused an over-reporting of FTES of 0.48 FTES out of 10,600 and some odd FTES. It was less than half a percent that, or half of FTES that they didn't feel was documented correctly. And we even went back and did a 100% audit and found that that was the only one. And, so we were, we'd ask them about taking it out simply because statistically it's insignificant. But the rules are that if there's any reporting whatsoever, it has to be put in as a finding and notified to the chancellor's office, and then they decide what to do with it. And it's unlikely that they'll take notice of a or less than a half an FTES over report. So, and then if you look at the next page on page 104, that looks at prior year findings. And what that does is it says, because each of these findings each year, the auditors want to make sure that we are following up and that we're taking care of these. And so there were 2 findings from last year. And you can see that from these, if you look through it, talks about what the finding was, and it repeats what they did last year. But at the very end, it says current status for the recommendation is implemented. And that's on both of them. So that, we heard what they said, we agreed with what they said, we took action to correct it, and that correction has been implemented, and they agreed that it was implemented. And that's the same with the finding on page 106. And that was, again, a final or a prior year audit finding that has been corrected. So that's our primary. But in addition to that, there weren't any other financial adjustments to the restricted and unrestricted operational funds. There was some reclassifications of some things just from timing and things like that. But by and large, there's a lot of information in there, but it's very technical stuff. Is there any questions on this one?
Thank you. First of all, this is one of the most important documents because these are our audits that we do on federal funds that we get, and our audit reports are so critical. I'd like to see something of more of a bar graph comparing when they next time do an audit, having this year, last year, and have like a bar graph on the concerns, the cause, the effects, so we could see are there certain things that we're lacking or what we need to look at. So having the 2019, 18, 17, the way we do with student enrollment and doing that type of audit, so we could see where we could, what our deficits are. What I don't see is last year's, I saw last year's audits before that, and there's they're not being corrective. So I'm just wondering what I would like to see that in our audits, just like a summary of last year and the year before in a little bar graph to let us know what's going on. This is so critical that our audits are financial audits, and maybe hire someone here in in the college to make sure that we have an audit review committee on this type of, not only have an external audit, but just someone that would be a compliance officer here in our College of the Desert District. I think it would be very, very important that we are making sure that we have, and I wanted to ask the second question, how long have they been with us? Are these new, we have to change auditors too. How long have they been with us?
There's no requirement to change audit firms internally. This audit firm requires that we change partners with them every 5 years.
Okay.
And then, and it's also at the district's prerogative should they want to change auditors. So there's good and bad to that. When you have a new auditor, it takes them a while to learn the organization, and they don't always find certain things. And I think part of when you see an auditor in after a few years, you start seeing more findings for a while, because it's almost like an onion peeled back, because they get past the surface stuff. And there'll be times where they'll have a concern of something that's been going on for 20 years and they never noticed it before. And that's kind of some of the things that wind up in a management letter. None of the findings that are in the audit report are repeat findings in any way, because again, they do report on prior year findings and whether or not we did implement that, and that's right here in the audit.
So the question is, how long have we had this auditor?
I believe the firm has been with us for about 5 years now, and this is the second partner that we've had, and I believe this is his third audit completed with us.
Thank you so much for this report. I really appreciate that we get this and we know what's going on the physical stability of our district. Thank you.
Chair. I noticed there's a thing in here with the KISSOC fund. Is that considered part of our main audit, or is that, how is that considered?
Well, they do look at those funds. The kiosk program, it was up and operational, and that program ended mid-year, and they had some difficulties kind of closing out some of the things. We worked very closely with them to get that all worked out, and we are in the process of looking how to best close those funds out. And part of it is it's an instructional program, so we're trying to work with instruction to look at what we might do with the leftover funds from that. But at this point, there is not a kiosk program operating.
Yeah, I was wondering why that audit was included, since it was like a student-run thing.
Well, it is, but it is part of the district's financials,
Okay.
and the district's fiduciary responsibility, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions on this first report?
That was included in this first report.
Right.
Yeah.
Any other items on the first report?
I do have a couple, questions. In follow-up to what Trustee Stefan was talking about on those deficiencies, it's a little disconcerting to see the other deficiencies listed as well. For example, the user access, segregation of duties. So what do we do when we, quote unquote, fix this? I mean, how does the information get back that these have been addressed and taken care of?
So the auditors, when they come back each year, they go back to the management letter and look at these items and ask us, what we've done about it, and then they test it to make sure we actually did do that. On some of those things, that was one of those onion peel things where there were people on the books for years on some of the user access and in kind of some of the not in the main areas. It was like, do you know there's still somebody who has access to this even though they don't have access to the system anymore? So they would have to get into the system to even get into that part. But that's something that we just recently, our new fiscal director was able to go in and work with the county to make sure that we found, make sure that all accesses have been removed that aren't authorized. It was a long time cleanup because a lot of it was old. There weren't any recent people who had separated from the district that had access into anything at all, because the current was kept up. It was, again, like that onion thing. It was something from, years ago that kind of compiled in there. And again, we've gone in and gotten that cleaned up, and so then the auditors will come back out and look at that and test it and make sure that we did do what we said we were going to do. And if not, you'll see it in the management letter next year, or it potentially is a finding. So we're very serious about making sure that we address those things.
Well, that one was, and as well as the journal entries, not being, only the preparer doing the journal entries.
You're referring to the KISSOF evaluation, right?
Yes. No, yes.
Yeah.
I believe that's a separate observation. That's not related to the kiosk. Correct, John? That's not related.
On the journal entries?
Yeah, that's not related to the kiosk fund.
Yeah.
That's overall.
And we had some disagreement with them because sometimes they'll write things, and we came back and said, this one did have supporting document, and they didn't see that. So, sometimes those things kind of hang on whether or not they're a big problem or not. If they felt that it was a substantial finding, that it was a systemic problem, it would have shown up as a finding.
Okay, but I'm still not clear. The journal entries, is that relative to the kiosk fund, or is that outside?
No, that's mostly to do with year-end closing processes in the general fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're saying that's closed, correct? There is no kiosk?
No, the kiosk is closed at this
It's
time.
closed.
Yeah, but we haven't closed the fund out yet because we haven't decided, there hasn't been direction as to what we're going to do with the closeout of that. So.
Okay. Well, is that a substantial amount being held, or?
No, I think it was actually, there were some late expenditures that came through, and there's virtually nothing left in that fund.
Okay.
It was just some issues with some documentation.
Other discussion items? Trustee Wilson, any other items?
No. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the bond audits. So each audit, you've got the bond audit for Measure B and Measure CC. They actually have two audits in each one of them. One of them is a financial audit where they test the transactions and make sure that the financial statements are presented fairly. And then the other is a performance audit, and the performance audit looks at making sure that the monies were spent appropriately within the language of the bond. And both of the audits for Measure B and Measure CC were clean, they were unmodified, and there were no findings for any of those, either on the financial side or the performance side for either of the two bond measures. And in fact, there were no management letter items in there either. That's why you just see it's basically a communication to the board saying, hey, we came out and audited, we didn't have any problems with staff, we got all the information we needed, there weren't any disagreements or any of those kind of things. And that is both of those audits. Any questions on the bond audits? And those are also presented to the Citizens Oversight Committee so that, because they have their job is to assert that bond funds are being spent in accordance with the bond language. So. Then the last two audits are the auxiliary services audit and the College of the Desert Foundation audit. Now, both of these audits have been accepted by their respective boards. And for the auxiliary audit, that is a clean audit opinion. And the auxiliary is responsible for the oversight and management of the contracts with our bookstore, with the dining hall, as well as the golf center operation. And so there are services that aren't direct services to student education, but they're in direct support of students in the community. And that's why they wind up being part of the auxiliary. It's run almost as an enterprise fund. and it's been established for a number of years. And this year, if you look on page 3, you can see that the total assets of the auxiliary services has gone up by about 78, or I'm sorry, has gone up a bit from the prior year, but we're at about $2.7 million in assets on that. We had a bit of an increase in our net position, as shown on page 4, of $275,000, which is shown in the change in net assets down below. That statement looks at the revenues that came in, the expenses that went out, and then other income, and then that change in net assets shows the net operations of this. And again, there were no significant issues that they had. And there were a couple of management letter items, and it always has to do with cash handling, because no matter what you do, it just seems like cash handling is always very, very difficult, and keeping staff trained and vigilant on that. But there weren't any control issues that would cause them concern, like anything were missing or misstated or anything like that.
Last year, was there a question about timeliness of deposits?
I don't remember if they were in with the auxiliary, but I do believe you're right on this. And again, they didn't have a finding per se last year, but yeah, we've had complete turnover staff in the bursar office, and we've been working on training them. It's in how to do it, because they're busy taking money from students, and then they get deposits from the golf center, and sometimes they get set aside for a few days, and trying to make sure that they understand the importance of the timeliness of getting those things deposited, so that the money's not just floating somewhere.
So I didn't see a comment about that. So was that addressed, or?
In the management letter for the auxiliary, there is an observation that some receipts were not deposited in a timely manner.
Oh, so it's still an issue?
Yeah.
That is, Chairman, that's why I wanted to have a 3-year type of bar graphs showing on some deficits that we're doing and we're remedying. So we have a follow-up of historical record bookkeeping versus now. Like to see that on the report, so that when we get it, we'll know that, yes, they have been addressed, because that's our duties and responsibilities as the Board of Trustees, to make sure that we have financial audits being done. Thank you.
Thank you. The last audit is the College of the Desert Foundation. And this audit, again, was accepted by that board. And this is also a clean audit. There were no findings, adjustments, or any concern issues. This is a kind of a case where the experience of the auditor does help, because they changed to this auditor about 2 years ago, and the first year was very rough because there was a lot of disagreement as to how things were being booked, how they were being recorded, and things like that. And they've worked closely with the auditors, and now we're at a place where we have a good, clean audit.
Okay, the last 2 audits are information items.
They are information items. So the action today is for the district's audit plus the 2 bond series audits.
Okay, so trustees, am I correct in assuming that the actual the auditor firm might be here this afternoon?
Yes, he will be, yes.
So we could still ask questions of that person when they arrive?
Yes.
So we have the option of adopting these or waiting until later? Yes?
Does this audit report include the street fair?
No, the street fair is the Alumni Association, which is a separate entity.
Alumni.
So do we get that audited?
The question is, do we see the audit for that?
My understanding is it's been a while since it was presented, and that's something that we can certainly bring forward.
Good question. Okay.
Since the audit was presented, or the audit has been done?
Their audit is complete. I believe it's in the stages of finalization, so.
So I think we should actually hear from the auditors, just because it's a financial, I think it's great to, that's just I want to know what other board members feel, but I'd like to hear the person that.
So board members, the auditors auditor representative would be here at
1:30.
1:30. We could postpone any action on these items until that time, giving everyone a chance to ask any questions. Is that your preference?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, John,
All
for
right.
the presentation.
Thank you.
So this afternoon, we would only be asking questions and then taking action on the first three reports.
Correct.
Correct? Okay.
If that's the case, Mr. Chair, then I have one more question with
Yes.
regard to the foundations.
Yes.
When did we present this report, or when was this report presented to the foundation? Do you recall, President Kinnaman?
Yeah, the,
Sorry, I'm having to.
Yeah.
No, please.
Yeah, it was at the, I believe it was approved by their committee and then brought to the broader committee at the retreat, I believe is when it was approved. So.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
And I believe we will have some foundation people here. In fact, I think that our interim executive director may be here at that time as well.
Oh, this afternoon?
I think.
Oh, wonderful.
What month was that?
The retreat. The retreat was in
Retreat.
September, wasn't it? I think.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are holding everything until we have the representation this afternoon. So at this point, we will adjourn to closed session.
Recess.
Recess to closed session and reconvene at 1:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, the board has requested an additional 15 minutes. They will return at 1:45 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, we're beginning our afternoon session. Okay, so who can label? So the foundation people can label. Got it, got it. Okay. Actually, we need to actually have the motion to approve the audits before we continue our discussion. So let me begin with the question, do I have a motion to approve the 2018-2019 Desert Community College District and Measures B and C bond financial and performance audit reports as presented?
So move.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Student Garcia?
Aye.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. So now we can go to, we have people from the auditor's report. People present? Good.
Oh.
And actually,
Excuse me, Chair.
actually, could we,
We should have had the discussion,
then they.
and they should have presented, and then we voted.
Yeah, I thought that was a little.
That was.
Carlos told me that we should do this first.
We have to make the motion and have a second, but then we have the discussion, and they're part of the discussion.
That's during discussion.
Say it again. I can't take two people at one time. Say it again.
You have a motion on the table, you have a
Which we do.
second.
Which we did.
Then we have discussion, and that's where they come in to answer the questions.
Okay?
And then we take the vote.
Got it, got it.
So
Okay, so we were not voting on to, oh, got it, got it.
Okay.
So we need to take that vote out.
yes.
Okay. We also have a request if we can do the foundation first. So can we do the people from foundation first?
And it's the same auditor, so.
Same auditor, though. But the report on the foundation first.
I'm Tom Binder, and I am the chairperson of the audit committee of the College of the Desert Foundation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Harrison, and I am going to be the partner in charge of the College of the Desert Foundation audit report. My firm is Ide Bailey. That is a new name for you all. It's the same face. We used to be Bavernick, Trine and Day. We merged with a regional firm. We merged with the regional firm, so just to add a little more resources to our firm practice. But I wanted to let you know that it's the same firm. It's just new name. We merged with a little bit bigger firm. I do want to go through I think that John Ramont went through the audit report earlier, but I do want to go through it in detail. Just to give you a quick synopsis, we did issue an unmodified opinion over the financial statements of the foundation in the current fiscal year. There was one big change, just so if you're looking at the audit report from prior year to this year, you'll see that there was a change in accounting principles, but that was across all not-for-profit entities in the current year. You'll see that it used to be terms temporarily restricted, permanently restricted, and unrestricted. Now there's only, bless you, there's only two categories. One is with donor restrictions and one without donor restrictions. So you'll just see that information is a little different than what you have seen in the past. You'll see the foundation still has about $33 million in total assets, which is up a little bit from last fiscal year, which was $32 million, so about $1 million up from last year. You'll see that the contributions from the prior year actually went up as well. We did not have any issues noted during the audit of misclassification of the contributions. Therefore, we believe that when they received any of the donations, they were properly classified as being with donor restrictions or without donor restrictions. We also didn't have any issues of non-compliance when it came to them spending the cash. We test the scholarships to see if they are meeting the correct classifications, and if it's within a time period, if it's a restriction on the donation, and we made sure that was actually met too when they actually released it from restrictions. I don't want to go into more detail because I just want to open it up to any questions you have over the foundation audit.
Any questions from board members? Okay.
I can move on to the other reports for you
Yeah.
to go over in detail.
Thank you very much
Thanks.
for your time.
And Tom,
Thank you.
So I'll start with the district audit report. I don't want to go through, I know that it was gone through earlier, but I do want to open up to questions. I will just reiterate, we did have an unmodified opinion over the financial statements, which is the best opinion that you can receive. We did not have any material non-compliance that we wanted to note there. We also had an unmodified opinion over your federal programs and over your state programs as well. So there was no qualifications of any of the opinions. We did have a few comments that we noted to management and we put into the report. And I would love to open it up for any questions you have, if you've been able to review those.
Yes, hi. The question I asked was to have at the end an addendum of the different years that were not addressed. Remember the concerns you had that so it's a graph of the different years. So we have I know you mentioned it here of last year, but I wanted to see a graph. Just what I mentioned to you, John.
So I think when we're looking year over year
Yes.
on whether or not we've addressed the prior year, I know you write that in there,
Mhm.
but maybe some type of table. I don't know if there's anything that exists like that that you might use, but some type of table that
Did we address
is a
those
visual
issues?
that shows.
I think the best place that we would be able to put that in is probably the management discussion and analysis. We could put in there a table that shows, because what the management
Addressed.
discussion and analysis is it's prepared by management, but we look at it to make sure it conforms with the rest of the audit report. So that's able to, we could put that information in there. These are the kind of the standards that we put in there where we show that it's been implemented for reporting agencies. That's the information here, but a graph that could clearly show that.
Addressed.
Addressed.
Not addressed. That would protects us in an audit, and that's truly an audit saying, did we address that? So we don't have to ask these questions all the time.
Yes, we could implement that. Though, whenever you look at one of these audit reports, there's always a schedule of prior year comments. That would be the point where it shows you if you've implemented those in the past. So on page 104, you'll see that on page 104, it's 2018-001. Those are
Right.
prior year comments. And at the bottom of each one of those comments, it says implemented.
But 2007, it would be good just to, I want to get a good, the way we do historical knowledge, it's always great to see if, just to see if how we're doing, just to.
Just for information, they're rolling findings, so if 2017 had any findings that weren't implemented, they would carry over to 2018, and then they would be noted here. So if they're not implemented, they would still roll forward. So 2017 would have been implemented, and then 2018 would show you if they've been implemented in the 2019 fiscal year. So there wouldn't be any, if any comments were still outstanding from the 2017 and 2018 year, they would be noted in 2019. And then on the 2019 findings, as you will see in like 2019-002, it'll say if it's a repeat finding, and we put it that it was not a repeat finding. So that means these are new comments.
Okay.
But to make it more clear, I think that we would be able to put it into the management discussion and analysis and just show you the tables of
Our
2017.
successes, I think that's good to know, and what we need help in, we always need help on some area, so.
And whenever I go over the report, I always let all trustees know that whenever you read this 107-page, I think, report that we have, the best place to start is always the management discussion analysis. I think it gives you summary information, and it's prepared by management, but it is also reviewed by the audit firm to make sure it is consistent with the audit report. That is where a lot of information, as such, the graph that you speak of would go there, and we would be able to look at it and confirm to you that that information is correct, and we could look forward to putting that in there.
Thank you.
I work with management, and we can
Thank
discuss that.
Okay.
Great.
Other questions? Other board member questions? Okay. I know this was a bit confusing because we received all 5 reports at the same time, but we are only taking action on the 3, the final 2 were information items. So we have a motion to approve the Community College District and Measures B and C bond financial performance audit reports. So, and we have a second. Do we have a vote. Student trustee Garcia?
Aye.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. So the other two budget items are information only, so we've got those. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
very much for
Have a good weekend. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, just
Yes.
wanted to please thank the foundation for taking the time, and Mr. Minder, foundation board member, for taking the time to come here. We didn't get a chance to tell them, they walked out too quickly, but
I
thank you.
know, I was
Okay.
thinking of that too, and we had an opportunity to introduce Chris at
Chris,
that
who was
time.
I
there.
thought we were
And
gonna.
I know, it happened very quickly.
Yeah. Our next item, technically, Julia is not here, so Casey, can you help us here? The distribution of the board self-evaluation instrument.
You do that electronically?
Is it online?
Okay,
Has been done?
it's been electronically emailed for you to be able to respond to, and then she will be able to assimilate everybody's responses.
And what is the date that they should be responded?
I believe it's December 7th. I'm sorry, not December 7th, February 7th.
February 7th?
February 7th.
So all board members, the board self-evaluation instrument is in your email, and we're being asked.
February 3rd.
I'm sorry, due February 3rd,
February 3rd?
Due February 3rd.
in preparation for the February 7th board meeting.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Perez.
So please respond by February 3rd, and we will then discuss that at the February board meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the board would like to then go to a third closed session today at, let's see, 2 o'clock, and we will then reconvene, let's say, 3 o'clock, an hour?
Could I
Great.
make a request, Chairman Young? Maybe we could do the future agenda items so that when we come back, it's just a matter of adjourning, reporting out and adjourning.
Okay, the request is to look at future, just to get that on the record right now.
Right now.
2 meetings ago, everybody received a list of study session items for the whole year, so please, let's not repeat those items. So these are any unique items, new items to that list. Trustee Stefan?
Do you want to start with student trustee?
Yes. Like I asked today, a report on maybe the Alumni Association on the street fair. That's it. On just about maybe another audit report, or to see if, how much money is used for student scholarships and other information that we can find as well.
So Alumni Association, particularly street fair. Correct, thank you.
Was that on the list, Mr.
Was
Chair?
that on the list? I'm thinking it
I don't-
was.
Wait, that was,
I don't know
wait.
if it was.
I don't know if it was.
Casey,
I don't know
do
if
we
it was
have that? Could you
specified
double,
as that.
because wasn't it under a calendar for alumni? Check, I don't know.
I'm thinking, Casey, do you have the list?
She's gonna get it.
I believe it is.
I have the
There it
list.
is.
Adoption, international distance adoption budget, high school capture center. No, I don't see it on the list,
The next,
Joe.
do we have, no?
I don't see it on the
No.
list.
Is there a
Wait a
second
minute, is it the
page?
second page?
That's last year. That's 2019.
Okay, no,
No, it wasn't there.
that's interesting.
Is auxiliary on the list?
Is it under auxiliary?
No.
Good catch. Thank
No.
you.
Very good, see?
So we're asking that that be put on a study session, auxiliaries?
And the
Okay,
other one was the scholarships, right?
okay, thank you.
That's what I was interested
That's been brought up several times.
Okay.
Trustee Stefan?
Okay, I wanted to compliment everybody on the library tour that we had this morning, but I'd also like to see if we could do pre-board meeting tours of other areas around the campus. Maybe the agricultural department, see what we're doing over there, child development, see how that's coming along. Maybe our radio station, culinary arts, things like that, that some of us never get an opportunity to see. just pre-board meeting.
Thank you. I think at one time we discussed the radio station. and we
Yeah,
need
but
to-
I meant take a tour of it.
we
I've
need-
never been there.
Yeah, we were talking about doing a tour and it's never
Yeah.
happened, so. Trustee?
None for me at the moment, thank you, trustee, our chair.
Okay. Trustee Wilson?
No items at this time. Thank you.
Trustee?
Yes, I just wanted to know a little bit about our federal, a lot of our, we have over 90 students, I believe, that are on federal work study. While I was in school, I went through the federal work study to pay for my college. It's so important that when you're on financial aid and you do federal work study, I just want to know why we are, I just kind of get an overview of federal work study program and how is it, I just want to know what our policy is in the federal work studies. How many students do we hire here on campus? I know a lot, it helps a lot when you go to school and you work for the college. It just means so much. And I kind of want to know, how could we expand that? I want to hire our own students. I think something like that would be wonderful. So it just helps a lot. I worked at the Chicano Studies Library at UC Berkeley while I was in school, so that helped a lot. And I just kind of want to get some numbers. Do we have approximately 90? I don't know. What our numbers are. Thank you. And then the second of all, a concern that came up to me, how do I say? Just kind of wanted to know, I know that all our catalogs, all our schedules of classes are online. However, we have a lot of disabled students, and we have a lot of people that kind of want to go home and thumb through a catalog and go look at the programs. Sometimes when you're a student, you kind of want to have, I know we have that catalog, but the thick one that tells you, I don't know how many get dispersed out in the community, but I had a student looking for one at the library, and they couldn't find one. So it's the big catalog and how many get dispersed. Is it dispersed through departments? Do we have allocations? I mean, I don't know the process. Does a particular department pay to disperse to the catalogs? I personally would love to see it to our most vulnerable population, that they get a catalog, and mostly our disabled and our veterans. Sometimes they kind of need that hands-on paper catalogs. I don't know.
And I can send an email update on that if you'd
Okay.
like.
All right, let's make that an item to respond to rather than a study session.
Oh, okay, perfect.
So
Thank
the
you.
only study session item that is the Alumni Association Street Fair. And the second item was to be sure that we do scheduled tours, particularly the radio station. So we do want to go now to a third closed session at 2:10. We'll still try to come back at 3 o'clock.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get you.
Just to know,
send it
the
there.
work study is so important for students.